Looks like we're live. Wait for some folks to show up. There we go. Hey, Joe Billet, how you doing? Applesauce, welcome. Hello, Kirby. Kenneth, welcome. So it's like, before I can get started on anything else, I got an important question for everybody. What music should I be playing for Freddy? Because I don't know anything about Five Nights at Freddy's music. Fan songs? I'm not playing fan songs. No, I want to stick to official stuff. Nowhere to Run from FNAF 6. Is that a good one? Five Nights at Freddy's Worlds OST. Versus Scott Cawthon from FNAF World. Okay, why not? Put it on loop. Alrighty. So how's everyone doing today? Who's ready for Freddy? Took a long nap and you feel great? Yeah, generally you will. Finished Assassination's Classroom a few days ago, now you're sad. I feel like you're going to be sad when you watch a show called Assassination Classroom. That's just asking for trouble. Speaking of which, Ray, Sophia and I did finish Season 3 and the movie of Kaguya. Did not realize how far the anime was actually compared to the manga. When I saw it was only like halfway through, I was like, oh no, I'm not sleeping tonight. And then I did end up sleeping last night, so I'm a fake fan. I've been reading it here and there though, so I'm gonna probably finish it maybe tomorrow-ish. Oh, you still need to watch the movie? Oh, okay. Are you waiting for the dub? Because I noticed that, yeah, like, there's no dubbed version for it yet. It's only subbed. Decided to check out Comey Can't Communicate and it was good. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, it is really good. Would a Rockstar Freddy maybe be an alt? I forget what Rockstar Freddy was. The anime does skip a lot from the manga, and no, I'm not waiting for... Oh, you prefer the subs. Okay, so you just haven't seen it yet. Okay. honestly, after seeing the movie and then like starting and then seeing a bit of the manga, I'm almost wondering if they're gonna do the same thing that they did for Demon Slayer season 2, where they made that Demon Slayer train movie, but then ended up making the movie the entire first arc of season 2. I'm kind of wondering if they're gonna end up doing that with Kaguya. Like make this movie to kind of tease season 4, but then make the beginning of season 4 what the movie was. Watching Mob Psycho and Witch from Mercury. Okay. I've heard both. They're good shows. I know Mob Psycho was made by the same studio that made One Punch Man. I still need to catch up on One Punch Man. I've only ever seen the first season of One Punch Man. I need to watch more of it. Right, I didn't quite do the sketch well here, so it doesn't quite look right. Let me just do this. Let me see how I can... No. I'll do this then. Have I heard of the series Sailor Moon? Nah, I've never heard of one of the most popular animes of all time. Never. What makes you think I would have heard of Sailor Moon? Sounds like such an obscure series. I don't know. Who here has heard of Sailor Moon? Can't say I have. Sounds super obscure. Have I seen Across the Spider-Verse yet? No, I have not. So no spoilers, please. Which animatronic do I like the most? None of them, really. I've never really been a Five Nights at Freddy's fan. I've never cared about this series. Can't even say I understand the lore that much, because all the research that I did for the past 2 Five Nights movesets that I've made is probably outdated by now. So I can't even say I understand the lore. It's probably changed by since the last time I researched it. I'm just hoping that, like, once they make this movie, it'll just cement some things in. That's what I'm hoping for. Like, whatever lore or history and backstory is introduced in the movie, because again, as we established, lore is not the correct word. Whatever history and backstory they establish in the movie, I hope is, like, definitive. Like, they're not gonna throw any more curveballs at us. Can I give black eyes to Freddy? Nah, I'm not gonna. Gonna keep him as his most recognizable self. Oh, actually, no, you're right. You're right, Ray. I forgot. Technically, Five Nights does have lore because Chica exists. You're right. You're right, though. I gotcha. I see you there. opinion on the new Mortal Kombat 1 game. Not much of one, because I've also never really been that big a fan of Mortal Kombat. I am a bit more interested in Mortal Kombat than I am Five Nights, but I've never really gotten to the game myself. Am I going to do the Flowey and Bread thumbnail? Probably not today. I would like to at least get through Knuckles today. And then either tomorrow or Thursday, I'll do Agumon and Wargreymon. Because that'll probably be its own... that'll probably be its own stream, because Wargreymon is a pretty complicated... does have a pretty complicated design. Bread won't take long by any stretch of the imagination. Bread will not take that long. I would be surprised if Bread takes more than an hour. If I do another animatronic, who will it be? It depends on who has the most votes. Which one has the most votes? I will not tell you. Though I feel like most folks should probably be able to make some educated guesses just based on who the most popular animatronics are. To be honest, I feel like I'm the only one who's actually voting for the characters that I put into the ballot. No, because there are a ton, and I mean a ton, of characters who only have one vote. So the notion that you're the only person requesting for a specific character is not likely. My first internet scammer? I don't think I've ever had one. I do have a story about a scammer, but they weren't trying to scam me. They were trying to scam my grandmother. I remember, I might have told the story before. I remember back when I was in college. I was in my apartment, just working on stuff, and randomly I got a call from my grandmother, and she calls me in like this panic, saying all this stuff like, BJ, don't say anything to the police. Like, I have this lawyer here. And it took me a second to try to finally calm her down and figure out what was going on here. And eventually she was like, "Oh, were you not arrested? Like, I got a phone call from this gentleman saying that, like, you and a bunch of other people were caught in a car full of drugs." And I'm just sitting here like, this is the first I'm hearing of that. So it's like the worst part was before she called me, she called my parents. So not long after I got off the phone with Grandma, my mother called me with the same panic, and it was even worse for my father because right after my grandmother called him, he had to go onto a plane. So he had to sit through that entire plane ride thinking that I was arrested until he finally got off and was able to call me. If I ever made a Venom moveset, would Carnage be his Echo? I don't know. I'll have to wait and see if I make a Venom moveset. My opinions on Stan Lee. I thought he was a great writer. He's not around anymore, but his legacy lives on for sure. Walter White. I've never seen Breaking Bad, so I can't really say like what I can't really say I find the appeal in Walter White myself because I have no opinion on him. But I do remember seeing this tweet where someone was like, "If you idolize these characters, you missed the entire point." And it showed Walter White, Rick Sanchez, BoJack Horseman, and Eric Cartman. And just seeing Eric Cartman and BoJack was enough to make me think, oh, so these are all characters that are supposed to be bad. And if people idolize them, then yeah, like there's an issue here. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with with liking characters that are inherently bad. People can like villains, after all. But yeah, I feel like there becomes a problem when you start idolizing the wrong kinds of characters. Did I watch BoJack Horseman? No, I never watched it myself, but I know of the character. If you know Death Note, best I compare Walter Light. So Walter White is like Light Yagami. Okay, that's actually a fairly painted picture then. So he's a very smart, calculated character, but he is by no means the protagonist. Gotcha. He is not a good person. Yeah, I have seen Death Note, so I know quite a bit about Light Yagami. Which villain in Spider-Man 2 has me the most hype? Kraven, Venom, or the Lizard? Probably Venom, because I've always been a pretty big Venom fan. I enjoy me some Venom. I do find it funny how people are getting upset that, like, why isn't Venom Eddie Brock? And I'm just sitting here thinking, did you not play the first game? Do I like Pixar movies? Yeah, but I really haven't watched any of the recent ones. And that's not out of like me not liking them or not being interested in them. I'm just not much of a movie watcher anymore. I think I actually do prefer television shows where I can actually where I can take more time to get immersed to the characters. My least favorite Disney what? Disney show, Disney movie, Disney character. Because if you're asking my least favorite Disney, are you referring to like the family Disney? Because I don't know them all that well. Disney movie. I don't think I really have one that I can immediately remember anyway. And more than likely, if I can't think of one, it's because if I have seen one that I didn't like, I just don't remember it. I already have a pretty bad memory, so I typically only put towards the effort of trying to remember things that actually did appeal to me. That's why it's so hard in general to like ask me like questions about things that I don't like, because I tend to not bother remembering the things that I don't like. Like, I literally have to be reminded. Unpopular opinion, I hate the movie WALL-E. Yes, that is an unpopular opinion. I loved that movie. Yes, that is indeed an unpopular opinion. I can agree with you there. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate that. I've ever played Lego games. The only Lego game I've ever played was the Star Wars one. And that was a long time ago. That was when I was a kid. Like, I have very little interest in anything Lego related. What do I think about indie horror games? Not much. I don't play them. I'm not really much of a horror game player, mainly because they're usually kind of boring to me. Because nowadays it's actually kind of hard to scare me with certain things because I find them a little too predictable. And the only way you are getting a jump out of me is if you literally do like a jump scare. And I don't count jump scares as real horror. That's just I call that cheat. I cheat is kind of the best way for me to describe jump scares. I have an unpopular opinion. I don't like Steven Universe Future. Yes, that is an unpopular opinion. Cars is my favorite Pixar movie. My favorite Pixar movie is Ratatouille. I love Ratatouille. Like, I can never find a single flaw in that movie. I love it so much. Favorite animals? Turtles. I like me a good turtle. Don't be mad at me for hating Steven Universe Future. I'm furious with you. How dare you have a different opinion from me? You're disowned. I'm so mad at you, so angry. I can't believe you. Why would you do this to me? How could you do this to me? I feel so betrayed. I can't believe this guy. Can you believe this, guys? He's betraying me. How dare people have different opinions from me? Such blasphemy. Surely every single person in this chat has the exact same opinion as me, right, guys? You all think the exact same things as me, right? That only makes sense. Thoughts on the Five Nights at Freddy's musical by Random Encounters? Don't have any thoughts. I don't know what that is. Or rather, I never heard it since it's a musical. unpopular opinion, Waluigi should be the second Wario rep as opposed to Ashley. Well, that implies Ashley would be the second Wario rep to begin with, but the funny thing there is that Waluigi technically isn't even a Wario character. He's a Mario character. Waluigi has not appeared in a single Wario-only title. That's the funny part. Favorite television program? Don't really have one. I don't watch a whole lot of TV anymore. I literally watch all of my shows from online streaming. Do I prefer anime dubbed or subbed? Depends on the show. It really does. Like, I've been watching Kaguya dubbed because the dub is actually really good. Like, they've been killing it with the dub. If the show... Like, I generally don't care, usually. Like, with My Hero, I've kind of been going back and forth depending on what was available whenever I actually get around to watching it. There are some exceptions, like with Pokemon. I refuse to watch Pokemon dubbed. The dub always butchers everything, like always butchers it for me. They always change the music. Nothing against the actual voice actors, but the voice acting always does feel kind of stilted to me. And yeah, it just doesn't have the same soul that the original versions of the show does. Like it always feels like it loses something. But it really just depends on the show. It really does. Like, I know, like, there are some dubs that will like kind of change things up a little bit for the sake of like, and usually it's those kinds of dubs that like can be hit or miss. But sometimes they're also really good. Like, an example of that for me is actually Digimon Tamers. Because for some reason in the dub, they have this habit of like making the characters want to roast each other the entire time. But honestly, to me, it's so funny. Like, I actually do prefer the Tamers dub over the sub. Just because I love how the characters just roast each other the entire time. Favorite Nickelodeon show? Don't really have one, honestly. Like, if I were to pick someone that I've watched, like, when I was a kid, I guess, like, I enjoyed SpongeBob. I enjoyed Fairly Odd Parents before that got awkward to like. My Life as a Teenage Robot was cool. Jimmy Neutron was just okay. Rocket Power, I remember watching Rocket Power. I don't really remember, I guess, caring about it all that much. Danny Phantom and Invader Sim. I didn't watch Invader Sim until many years later when my ex had me watch it with them. And yeah, I enjoyed that one. Um, Danny Phantom though I never got into. I never really cared about Danny Phantom. Like that one was definitely a miss for me. My favorite and least favorite Phantom Thief from Persona 5? My favorite is Futaba. I don't really have a least favorite though, because I like them all. They're all amazing characters. I liked Futaba. I really like Ryuji too. Ryuji was another one that I really liked. The English dub to Ghost Stories I used to love. I don't anymore. That one didn't age well. It really didn't. Like I remember first watching that back in college when one of my classmates like put it up on the television screen while we were all like after hours like just in class working on projects. And I remember, yeah, it was funny at the time. Yeah, nowadays though, those jokes do not hold up. They don't. What drawing software am I using? This is Clip Studio Paint. Favorite Cartoon Network show? Good question. Because there were a lot. I was a bit more of a Cartoon Network kid. I liked the Powerpuff Girls. I liked Ed, Edd and Eddy. I liked Dexter's Lab. Grim Adventures is really good. These are definitely all questions that I've answered before during these streams. That much I remember. Favorite star talent? I do not know what that is. Have I ever played Epic Mickey? I cannot say I have. Oh, this needs to be much thicker actually. Hold on. Can I fix the color of Freddy's lower jaw? Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, I can. No, Clip Studio Paint is not free. You do gotta pay for it. No, it's like the really, really good art programs. You're never getting the really good art programs for free. You are spending money if you want good tools. Thoughts on Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends? That was a show I also enjoyed. That one I liked. Even if that show had another character that very much was a you should not be idolizing them character, and that goes for Blue. Blue was not a character that you should be idolizing by any stretch of the imagination. I think I got these colors backwards here. Actually, let me fix these. Like, Blue was a fun character, but you should not be following his example. Has there ever been a game that made me cry or almost cry? For sure. There's been lots of stuff that have done that. Can't really think of them off the top of my head from here, but I'm sure if you guys brought some up, I'd probably remember. I'd probably be able to remember them then. Danganronpa. Oh yeah, Danganronpa. That's a yes. Let me actually use this color for these. Danganronpa definitely brought out some emotions. All different kinds of emotions. Was I ever a fan of Power Rangers? Nope, I've never cared about Power Rangers. Like, ever. Favorite character in My Hero. I really like Tokoyami. I really like Ochako. I like Bakugo. Who else? That I actually really like. Because I like a lot of the characters in that show, but like the ones that I really like super like. Those kind of are my top three, honestly. What moveset don't I like? There's no moveset that I've made that I don't like or regret making. Just there are definitely some that I'd go back and redo, but none that I outright regret doing. Too bright. I'm trying to find like a good. Yeah, that works actually. Is Freddy going to be textured? Yeah, more than likely. Just to better get like all these scratches and dings that are all over him. Which, by the way, quick question: is Freddy's body made out of some kind of plastic, or is it made out of like a furry feature? Because I actually can't tell between all the different models that I've seen of him. Like all these scratches, like even on this side over here, tell me he's made out of some kind of like plastic. A super strong fabric. Because this over here doesn't look. This over here does not look like fabric. That looks like metal or plastic. Have I played Pizza Tower? I have not. He's plastic. The original render is just poorly textured in terms of conveying what it is. I always thought it was metal with how corded the look it was in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm not really super sure what he's made out of. Like, I can't say I really know. And it seems to be kind of like divided in the chat what everyone in chat thinks he's made out of. I'll just mess around with some textures and see how it turns out. He's made out of soul. I don't think soul has a texture, guys. Let's redo this here. I played Five Nights at Candy's. Can't say I've ever heard of that one. Okay, here we go. Let's go ahead and start shading him in. It's a fan game? Oh, well, that's why I never heard of it. Like, I have no interest in the series to begin with. Like, so, yeah, me being interested in a fan game of the series is not happening. Did I hear that Illuminations is in the talks for a Zelda movie? No, I did not hear about that. I'd say let them focus on this Mario trilogy first. Freddy more than likely is going to end up being a thumbnail where I'm going to give him multiple layers of shading just to really help hammer home the kind of creepiness factor that he's supposed to have. We'll see, though. Favorite Disney Channel show? Phineas and Ferb. Bar none. Like, I really also enjoyed the Lilo and Stitch series, because it's Stitch, and I love Stitch, but Phineas and Ferb was just probably one of the... Probably the best Disney Channel show ever made, honestly. It was so good. Like, pretty much everything about that show was flawless. I still need to watch The Owl House. I haven't seen it yet, even though Twitter has pretty much spoiled everything for me on it. So I pretty much already know what happens in the entire series because that show was Twitter's favorite show for a while there. Here's what it is, though. Yep, Gravity Falls was another masterpiece. Most disliked characters in a cartoon. Give me a second. I know there is some. I just can't immediately think of what they are right now. Because again, it's like I said earlier, I have a hard time remembering things that I don't like because I tend to not bother remembering them. I have an easier time remembering things that I do like than I do things that I don't like. Because why put in the effort to remember things that I don't like in the first place? Peter Griffin. That doesn't really count because I don't like Family Guy as a whole. So of course there's not going to be anything in the show itself that I'm going to like if I don't like the whole show. Your cat is screaming at nothing. He's talking to ghosts. Don't you know, whenever your cat is meowing at nothing, they're talking to ghosts. That's how it works. That's what my sister's cats do all the time. Hey Maniac, how you doing? Do you think Pikmin 4 could take place after the bad ending of Pikmin 1? No, I don't think that. Because the bad ending of Pikmin 1 has Olimar turning into a Pikmin. And that's not what happened to Olimar here. That said, I am very excited for Pikmin 4, because I do love me some Pikmin. Hey Malik, how you doing? I do gotta ask, what constitutes as an adult cartoon? Cause like, are we just sitting here specifically talking about like Western adult shows? Because I can think of quite a few anime that definitely should not be for kids. Like a lot of the shows that I've been listing off recently on this channel. Kaguya that I've been watching, not for kids. Komi, honestly, is not for kids. Like... What's anime then? Anime is technically anime. The word anime is the Japanese word for cartoon. Anime, like the words cartoon and anime are the same word. Just, you know, cartoon is what is the English way to say that word. Anime is the Japanese way to say that word. Like if you translate the word anime into or if you translate the word cartoon into Japanese, the word you will get is anime. So usually whenever someone speaks about an anime, technically an anime is literally just a Japanese cartoon. Also, anime has a ton of different age demographics. Well, so do cartoons, too. Like, Family Guy, South Park, like Rick and Morty, those are all cartoons. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of people that try to argue against that because they are for mature, because they're for mature audiences. But by the definition of what because a cartoon is an animated media. Like, if we look up the true definition of cartoon, a simple drawing showing the features of its subjects in a humorously exaggerated way, especially a satirical one in a newspaper or magazine, a motion picture using animation techniques to photograph a sequence of drawings rather than real people or an object. A cartoon, cartoons are just animations. Yes, here we go again. If I'm going to educate people, I want them to know. I try to encourage critical thinking on this channel, and dang it, I'm going to stick to that. I want my audience to start thinking critically. Anime equals cartoon from Japan. Mario is yeah, and that's the same. That's the same exact argument that I make because there's a lot of people that will argue like I hate how much anime there is in Super Smash Brothers, and I'm sitting here like every single character who was made in Japan is an anime character, and they're like, no, that's not true. It's like, nope, that's exactly what it means. The only non-anime characters that are currently in Super Smash Brothers are Diddy Kong, King K. Rool, Banjo and Kazooie. And I'm sure there's more, but I can't immediately remember them right now. But every single character in Smash who was created, who was created by a Japanese studio or whatnot, is an anime character. By the very definition of what a cartoon and anime is. That's how that works. Dark Samus. Yeah, okay, so Dark Samus technically is not anime. There you go. Because Dark Samus, I believe, was created by a Western company, yes. Steve, yes, Steve is also not anime. There you go. Do you consider stop motion as animation then? Yes, because animation falls under anything that is not directly recording a real person, a real person or object. If you had to create it, and then you make it move in a stop picture style, that is animation. They got so mad at me when they said that saying that Mario is a game, so it doesn't count as anime. But people will be so quick to say that Fire Emblem is anime. So where's your logic there? So Fire Emblem counts as anime, but Mario doesn't? Nuh-uh. They're both anime. That is simply how it works. Shovel Knight, Sans, and Cuphead are not anime. Yep. Pretty much any character, any fictional character not created in Japan is not anime. What are some adult cartoons that you watch as a kid, even though you weren't supposed to watch them? Family Guy, South Park. I used to watch those shows when I was a kid. Like, I don't watch them anymore because I ironically grew up and grew to kind of hate them. It's funny too because I remember like my father was super against me watching those adult cartoons when I was a kid, but my mother didn't care. And I lived with my mother most of the time, so of course I ended up watching them. When you say created in Japan, do you mean created by a Japanese person, company, etc.? Japanese originated. Like if the character or the series or whatnot was a Japanese piece of media first, I would say. Because like if you have like a Japanese person create a character over here in the United States, that wouldn't be. I would say that wouldn't be an anime character. Do I know of Critical Role? Can't say I am. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and add some shading in some other spots as well here. Just to really impact the darkness of the character. Favorite Zelda game? Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom, just bar none. That game was literally 12 kinds of amazing. Like, I already thought Breath of the Wild was 10 out of 10. So they took a 10 out of 10 game and made it 20 out of 10. And turned it 20 out of 10. I really gotta put the thinking about buying new releases here is so expensive. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people that don't like the $70 price tag. Honestly, it's worth it. There is so much content in that game. Like it is super worth it just to get it. Like, you will be playing that for hours, and it also it has so much replayability. If you call Tears of the Kingdom DLC, then you are just wrong. You're not only wrong, you're stupid. Like, if you think Tears of the Kingdom is DLC, there is no such thing as a sequel. You may as well call every single sequel DLC to a game. Sonic Adventure 2, a DLC. Mario 64, DLC. Every single Mega Man after the first one, DLC. Like, you are straight up asinine if you think Tears of the Kingdom is DLC. Have I played Rayman Legends? A little bit, mainly for the moveset. But I have played it. I have played it a smidge. But it reuses the map. It's not just... No, actually, no, it doesn't. Because of story-related reasons, it's not the same reused map. They have changed it. It's not the same map. So that's not correct. Like, even like ignoring like the argument of how there's now the sky and the depths, with the sky like having this whole, like, all these platforms above the world, and then this giant like additional map underneath the world that is the same exact size as the surface world. It is 3 times the size of, like, well, probably closer to like 2.5 times the size of Breath of the Wild. And even if those weren't there, that still wouldn't be true, because the layout of the land has changed because of story-related reasons. The real reason why people are complaining about are making these excuses is because because they can't afford the game. People don't want to pay for things. They'd rather just everything be free. That's not how life works. Sorry. Call it consumerism or whatever. That's just how it works. If you have something to offer and people want your thing, generally they're going to want compensation, right? Like, if you keep giving away things for free, you're never going to benefit. You gotta have some kind of price on anything that you do. That's just how the world works. Have I ever seen Pound Puppies? Never heard of it. It's like I said, like, if you think that Tears of the Kingdom is DLC, then there is no such thing as a sequel. That argument is inherently, like, that is the argument of an imbecile. That is somebody who has not thought through their argument. Have I seen the new Spider-Man movie yet? Nope. I said this earlier. So no spoilers, please. Majora's Mask was just Ocarina of Time DLC. You know what the sad thing is, Ray? If Majora's Mask came out today, under the same exact circumstances as it did before, people would try calling it DLC. Because since it does reuse a lot of the assets from Ocarina of Time, people would try to make that argument. Even though Majora's Mask ended up being one of the most beloved Zelda games of all time. Here's kind of the worst part about the Tears of the Kingdom being Breath of the Wild DLC argument. You do not need to own Breath of the Wild to play Tears of the Kingdom. So I don't know what you're trying to prove here. Okay, there we go. Now what I do want to do is I need to add this stuff here to his eyes. Freddy's looking awesome, thank you. Having a child is just DLC. Pretty much. Just reusing assets, guys. Every single baby made on this planet is just reused assets. Not truly a sequel. Yes, every single one of us are just reused assets. You're right. Every single person on this planet is DLC. That sounds like a tweet. like, like. Yakuza reuses a lot of assets from each game to make it unique. Reusing assets from game to sequel is not a new thing. Like, if the sequel you're playing takes place in the same world as the game you played before, then yeah, reuse the assets. No reason to do extra work for yourself. Work smarter, not harder. There's a reason why that phrase exists. People try to treat reusing assets as a horrible thing. Well, again, if they do, just remind them that they themselves are a reused asset. That's all you gotta do. If people try to claim that reused assets are bad, just remind them that they themselves are a reused asset. That's so mean, but it's so true, too. Okay, what's a good texture? Scratched metal texture. What about reused animations? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same deal. This has the watermark on it somehow. Yeah, it's the same deal. Even if you reuse animations, work smarter, not harder. Like, you can make an argument if you keep reusing the same thing over and over again. Like, I'd say as like a compromise, it never hurts to reuse assets, but don't feel like you can get away with only using those same assets over and over and over again. You also want to add new things while you're at it. Like, it's not that big a deal to reuse a world, but don't be afraid to also add on to the world as well. Which, again, is exactly what Tears of the Kingdom did. So there's really no issue. Oops. Dang it. Stop that. For Mario Kart 9, do you think... You assume there's going to be a Mario Kart 9. I don't know what they'll do for that. No clue. I still don't own Mario Kart 8 for the Switch. I only ever got it for Wii U. Let me redo this. I don't think the metal texture works that well. Yeah, I'm trying to like... Because I'm trying to think of what texture will. Yeah, this is... Because he's very clearly textured, but I can't really grasp on what this texture is supposed to be. Brandon! Yeah, I'll get a call started. I can't seem to grasp this texture. I don't think it's fur, because this does not look like fur. This looks a little closer to fur, but I'm not really sure.
Hello.
Hey Brandon, how you doing?
I'm alright. How are you all doing?
Let me try being a little more direct with this. What material are animatronics made of? Steel, aluminum, plastic, and wood are all commonly used when building animatronics. Aluminum. Well, that's not going to work unless I do this. And we're trying to figure out exactly, like, what exactly Freddy is made out of here. Because we're not quite sure. Any ideas, Brandon?
I wouldn't know. Most of y'all know how I feel about FNAF.
Okay, I'm thinking for this, I'm going to take a slightly different approach. So let me try this. There we go. Let's start with this. I'm going to start with a plastic texture, and then I'm going to try adding the scratches and such manually myself. And we'll see how well that works out. So tell me, Brandon, have you been doing your Unite dailies?
I was actually about to get on. I just woke up from a nap.
Cool. So I'm doing a little bit more experimenting here. See how this turns out, potentially. Because I know you guys love it when I experiment, right? Sit here and take up everyone's time trying to try out things that may or may not work. Okay. I'll try my little experiment strictly on the belly first. I'm not going to sit here and texture every single part, only to find out that I don't like any of it. So I'll just test it out on the belly first, the body first. Favorite Overwatch character? I do not have one. Let me try a bunch of these. Okay, that's a start, kinda. So then what I'll do, let me put this aside. There we go. So I'm gonna try overlaying some textures and see how well that works. Gonna need a very specific texture for this though to make it work. There we go. How's that look, guys? Looks good? Alright, cool. So in that case, I'm gonna have these be separate. No, them asking if the moveset series is dead isn't going to make the break longer. It just means that they're either ignorant or not paying attention is all it means. Isn't that right, Brandon?
Sure is.
Don't try me into this.
Wait, what?
Nothing.
I did not touch that.
So don't drag me into this.
What do you think is the worst Mario game ever made that we've played, or? It's kind of hard to give a subjective statement for games that we haven't played.
Yeah, because I could just
we don't know how.
I could just cop out and say Mario was missing, but I've never played it, so I don't really have an opinion on it.
Yeah, neither do I. So
I only give opinions on games that I've actually played.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be like one of those people that base their opinion on internet reviewers or whatnot.
Yeah, like if you give opinions, if you're one of those people that think that you can give opinions or subjective statements on games or content that you have not played yourself to give a valid opinion on, then you're just objectively wrong.
Yeah. Like, I can say that I do not like Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts because I've played it. And I did not like it. People are sitting here trying to say that we got to apologize to Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts because it walks so Tears of the Kingdom can run. No. As someone who's actually played both games, no.
I didn't enjoy New Super Mario Bros. 2, to be honest, and that's fine. If you've played New Super Mario Bros. 2 and that's the consensus you came to, that's perfectly fine.
I was laughing, Brandon, because earlier some people were trying to give their unpopular opinions, and my retort was, "You're right. That is an unpopular opinion." It's like, unpopular opinion. I don't like Wally. Yeah, that is an unpopular opinion.
I would say Sticker Star, but I'm convinced that Color Splash is way worse. Wait, hold on. Let me read that statement again. I would say Sticker Star, but I am convinced from Shari 5 that Color Splash is way worse. What did I just say? What did I literally just say?
See, I can say without hesitation that Sticker Star is trash, because I've played it. Now, I have not played Color Splash, so I will have to wait until I do play Color Splash before I can give an opinion on that one.
No, I'm not. Okay, we're not gonna kill any of you for your opinions. What we're saying is,
we're not.
If you yourself, BJ, BJ.
Isn't that how the internet works? We're not.
I forgot what I was saying. No, again, if you yourself have experienced something, and that is the consensus that you came to after experiencing it, then your opinion is valid.
It is.
BJ. You cannot backpedal 180 after we just had this discussion. Back to the comment I saw before that, like, it sounds as though you basing your opinion on Color Splash on what someone else has said. That's not cool. That's not how you form an opinion.
It's not?
BJ, I'm going to hurt you.
But I thought the internet was just a place where you get your opinions from influencers.
The internet is trash.
And I am an influencer, therefore my opinion is correct.
That's not how that works at all. Time to start throwing Aos energy into the fashionable style of Sylveon again. Only get 1 point.
Yeah, that whole thing is.
Oh, hey, I got 2 points.
Actually trash. I don't know why they bothered doing that.
Mods ask for permission to murder. Promotion to murder? Okay, let's see what missions I need to do. Also, I should probably max out my my items. Yeah, the points thing kind of sucks. I don't recall the max amount of points you can get per roll, but
I think it's only 10.
Yeah, the game is literally expecting you to get the lowest odds 4 times in a row just to get the best item in that
yeah, which
set.
is literally just unreasonable.
Yeah, that's their way of saying, oh, you could get these hollowware for absolutely free just doing this one thing that's near impossible to do, or you can spend money. Thoughts on the DuckTales reboot?
I haven't
Show or the game?
I haven't seen it yet. They're probably talking about the show.
I got a gold coffin. Out of the free exchange for energy rewards.
Do you think there could be a game or movie or show, etc., that can be considered objectively bad? I guess... Here. There's an easy way to figure this one out. What is the definition of objectively? Let's figure that out first.
Detected in a battle from the following time. Wait a minute.
In a way that is not influenced by by personal feelings or opinions. That is what objectively means. Like, something that is not influenced by personal feelings or opinions. See, at that point, it does kind of become this weird line, because there could legitimately be people out there that think something is good, even if the majority of people think it's bad for whatever reason. Like, it's kind of hard to kind of give an example about this in general. Like, I think a part of it is because it's really hard to use the word objectively for situations like this, because there definitely are some things that are more concrete on what is considered objective. Like, for example, objectively, 2 + 2 = 4. That is objective. No amount of emotions or personal feelings is going to change that. 2 + 2 will always equal 4. That is objective. Because when it comes to media, things that may turn off some people could end up, being liked by others. And that's wherein lies the issue here. So I think the best we can kind of do in that regard, the closest thing we're going to get to true objective in terms of that is you're going to have to kind of go by the common denominator there, like the norm, I suppose, is the best way to kind of go about it. But then again, I suppose therein also lies the other issue of there's a difference between you thinking something is bad and you liking something. They're not mutually exclusive. You're allowed to like things even if the thing, but still acknowledge that the thing is bad. Like, for example, I like Sonic Chronicles: The Dark Brotherhood, but I will be the first to tell you that game is terrible. But I still enjoy playing it here and there. But that game is awful. I just, have to make sure the music is turned down and that I always play the save file that I have where I start off with the 6 chows that lets you skip the action commands. Then it becomes an enjoyable game for me. But it's like... I think that's what people kind of need to be more willing to do. People need to be more willing to accept that the things that they like may not necessarily be good or have flaws, but still be open to liking them. So long as the things aren't hurting people, you can like whatever you want. But don't sit there and try to try to make an argument to say that the things that you like are good, because at that point you're just looking for validation. That's all it is. You're trying to find validation. If you have to force yourself to claim something is good when it kind of very clearly isn't, like, you're just looking for validation. Like, you feel like you're being attacked for liking this thing when you shouldn't have to think of it that way. Just if you like it, just like it.
It's okay to like off-putting things. Something else I feel people need to learn to not do is, like, if someone else has an opinion that's completely different from yours, don't use that as an excuse to trash on them for them having their own opinion or having their own feelings about something that are completely different from yours. Like, that isn't cool.
How do you like Freddy's drip here? With his black arms and legs.
Also, I hope I can be heard okay.
I can hear you just fine. I don't know about the chat though, but then again, the chat doesn't say anything.
You're right.
They're just here to let me sabotage myself.
So here's the thing about that, Ray. Like, if the thing that someone likes is actually harmful in a way, like, at that point, you don't need to say anything to the person who likes something that is harmful. Like, let that mentality that they share harm themselves. Like, we can just go about our business.
I don't know. That's kind of a double-edged sword, Brandon, because that mentality can still harm other people.
I know. I'm just saying, like, because I know I say this because I know what it's like to speak to somebody who is actively praising harmful things that can be not only harmful to themselves but to other people around them. And sometimes with people like that, talking isn't enough. Like, it's one of those cases where sometimes people just need to learn the error of their actions the hard way. Like, I can tell you that you're wrong for this. Doesn't mean that the person involved is gonna listen or even care.
They generally never will is the issue, but the other issue is that how are they gonna learn?
Like I said, the hard way. Let them realize. Let them realize.
But that's just it. Like that's such a vague thing to say, though. What is the hard way?
Well, I guess what kind of foreseeable trouble could they get themselves into, like actively singing the praises of some incredibly harmful thing or some incredibly harmful, what's the word? Incredibly harmful following or something along those lines that are gonna like have them or are gonna like cause them to have trouble to follow them all the time.
It really is kind of just a hard thing to bring up in general, or even like because
you're right. I even had a hard time trying to
obviously
find the right word.
there need to be consequences for people's actions, of course. But the issue here is that I feel like most people generally will not own up to their actions.
No, you're right. Actually, I think what I'm ultimately trying to say is karma is a very real thing, and because of that, like it'll.
The main issue is that karma doesn't happen enough.
You're right. I agree with that.
That's the biggest issue here, is that karma does not happen enough.
It's sad but true. Like people don't own up to their own actions enough. Karma doesn't hit those people enough. Like I feel like you would have to have an incredibly like strong influence to be able to like say something to somebody to make them understand what you're doing is wrong, how you feel about this is wrong, and it needs to stop. Because people just have grown to have this just mentality of just not wanting to listen anymore. Like people have this mentality of just, I actively want to be a detriment. Like I actively want to cause problems to people on purpose, thinking this or doing that. And do we really want to associate with those kinds of people in any way, shape, or form? I guess is the other question.
I think the biggest issue that we're currently seeing in our day-to-day life right now with that is that we're seeing a lot more pushback from people that want to be a detriment, but don't want to suffer the consequences for being a detriment. Like there are actively people trying to that are actively trying to make being a detriment the norm is the issue.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely, and it's stupid. Like, what you would rather spend so much of your time and so much of your energy just being an absolute menace to society versus spending a lot less energy and a lot less time either just putting just as much good in the world or doing absolutely nothing, just minding your own business. And I'm just like, why?
You like my haircut? Thank you.
I'm seeing Phoenix Wright being talked about in the chat. Thank y'all for reminding me. I need to start the Phoenix Wright games at some point. I bought those games when they were on sale, like sometime last year or something along those lines, and I have not touched them yet. And now I hear the Apollo Justice games are getting reworked. So now I was about to say objectively, I am contractually obligated to buy that game whenever it drops. Good thing they said early 2024, because I'm in no position to be spending money right now.
Oops.
Yeah, I tried a bit of the I tried a bit of the Ghost Trick demo. I'm actually stuck.
You're stuck?
Yeah.
Scale issue.
Yeah.
Wait, you watched me play that game for a Let's Play. How do you stuck?
That was years ago. and I could look at that for reference, but I don't want to.
Man doesn't want to use a Let's Play to cheat. I can't believe him.
I say stuck in the sense of I'm just trying to figure something out to progress the situation at hand. I'm not going to say what the situation is because
well, you can tell. Well, you can tell. What chapter is it?
2.
Okay.
Which I assume is where the demo's going to end.
Potentially, yeah. Oops. Actually, I think for these, I need to try to I need to try to find more subtle cuts.
I am thankful we have the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles because, if I recall, those were games that were only available in Japan for a while before they finally decided to.
I still need to find that game. I've been looking everywhere and I can't find it.
You're trying to find a physical copy?
Yeah.
You'd probably be better off just downloading it now. It's on sale.
No. There's our call.
Save money. Take advantage of sales.
I was this close to making a really bad joke. I'm not going to though, because I forgot what channel I'm on.
Oh god.
Never mind.
Wait, Ray, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Yeah, I thought so, and thank you for confirming something else. I knew that the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles were actually 2 of the games bundled into 1. I'm not judging her, I was asking a simple question.
Don't you know, Brandon, on the internet, asking questions is the same as judging people. And I hate how right I am. You can't even argue with that. That's the worst part.
Look, most of us, actually I'm just gonna say some of us, are adults here. strategy to play Doom mods. I don't own Doom. I've never played it.
I've only played two Doom games, 2016 and Eternal.
Yeah, that's actually the ones I was referring to. I know the classic Doom games are on Switch, but I haven't played either of those. I haven't played Doom 2016 or Doom Eternal. Oh, that reminds me. I need to make a tweet.
What's up?
I was playing the Final Fantasy 16 demo yesterday to take my mind off things. Bro, I was reeling.
Why?
That demo had me reeling. Like, holy moly.
Why?
Things got real grim real quick.
Huh.
Like, oh my goodness.
And now it looks like I put Freddy into a ski mask. Freddy is ready to rob some banks.
I'm not about to say why specifically. If you have a PS5 and you have any interest in Final Fantasy at all, play Final Fantasy 16, play the demo, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, here's the problem. Problem, quote unquote. The Final Fantasy 16 demo is doing exactly what the Resident Evil 4 demo did to me. In the case of both games, I played through the demo. I was invested in what I was seeing heavily, and now I want more. Is consistent spam happening? I'm just gonna start swinging. Well, yes, the demo is doing its job. I mean, I guess that's kind of a... I feel like that's kind of a generalized thing to say because, I mean, most demos' jobs are to get people invested into buying the game. But not a lot of demos do that, in my personal opinion. I mean...
Balan Wonderworld.
You didn't have to swing that little bit.
No, I'm swinging. I'm a swing.
You didn't have to swing that low.
I'm a swing. No. That game deserves to be swung on.
It really... Okay, so... I want to say it doesn't, if only because it could have been something so much more. It really had the potential to be something so much more.
Every video game could have been so much more. That's a... You could say the exact same thing about every single video game.
Like, it's implying that every other video game out there is bad?
I'm mostly talking about... Well, actually, yes. Because technically, every single video game can always be better than what we receive. Even the greatest video games of all time, technically, statistically, could be better.
Well, then that begs the question, how would you make something that's already good even better? Because that's all, that can all lead up to subjective thoughts. Like, what could you objectively do to make games that are already, like, amazing even better?
Depends on the individual person, I suppose.
Yeah, again, that's my point. Subjective.
But the point still stands. Like, when whenever somebody uses the argument for a bad game specifically that the game could have been better, yes, so could every other bad game out there.
Yeah, see, now you say bad game, which makes more sense.
The point being... Listen, the point I'm trying to make here is Five Nights at Freddy is bad, okay? Look, there, I said it.
Yeah. He's not wrong.
Trigger everybody in chat immediately.
These streams always boil down to logic loops and yelling. Well, that's me with the yelling. Logic loops to BJ.
Because again, I try to.
Even though
I'm trying to get people to be more to think more critically in general.
Even though realistically, I'm like one of the most soft-spoken most soft-spoken people here.
I bring out the worst in Brandon, and he can't even argue. That's the worst part. See, I was not trying to argue that because he knows it's real.
I'm laughing. I'm not trying to fight this. But realistically, no. Like I've had people bring out the worst in me, and it's not pretty. I don't like to snap, but when I do, it's the worst feeling for me in the world. Like I legit think anger is like there is no benefit to getting angry. Like getting angry, just feeling anger within of itself is just like the worst feeling in the world. But it happens.
I really can't even make an argument about that because usually anger always boils down to something negative that happened in general.
Mm-hmm. So when BJ says he brings out the worst in me, that's not technically true. You know what's about to happen, Maniac. Like, they're gonna remaster the other two Metroid Prime games before they finally talk about Metroid Prime 4. And that'll be the answer to that'll be the hard answer to us getting the Metroid Prime trilogy on Switch before they finally get to work on Metroid Prime 4.
Okay. There we go. Let me add a little bit of texture to the metal on his body as well, real quick. I'm also seeing something here that is slightly bugging me. Let me see if I can fix it. A little better. Just gotta clean it up is all. Go. Okay, that looks a little better. Which is slightly too angled for my liking. Fix this little notch down here.
What role did I not play yet? I did defender. I did attacker. I think. All-rounder, speedster. No.
Do kind of want to add a bit of a metal texture to his joints. And for this, I'll just do this.
At least the first two Earthbound games are available for people. I don't know if they would go so far as to finally put Mother 3 on the GBA service, but I mean.
Well, there are a few reasons currently why I think North of America all this time has been super hesitant about adding Mother 3.
Okay.
And it has to do with a bit of the context that happens in the game. There are this group. Like, I'm sure this is probably common knowledge right now. There are these group of characters in the game who technically, by what they're called now, actually is a slur. If you don't mind me quickly just saying the word here real quick. They're called...
Hold on. That's not going to get you in trouble on the channel, is it?
Okay.
Type it to me.
I'll just say this. Remember the word that Esmeralda is called in Hunchback of Notre Dame? Remember that word?
Okay.
They're called the ma that, effectively, if we're going to avoid saying the word entirely. Now they could also they could very easily change, you know, what they're called when localized. That wouldn't be that big a deal. The other thing though, and this second thing really isn't a big deal, but soccer moms will make it a big deal. These characters are technically super androgynous, kind of. I think it's actually implied that they're technically both male and female. Like, there are these characters that have both male and female characteristics, and you can see how soccer moms will very quickly, like, you know, want to condemn that kind of thing, even though it isn't that big a deal. So that's probably what Nintendo is kind of worried about for the time being.
Maybe. I don't think you said the forbidden word.
Didn't I say their name in the Masturbate Man video? I probably did, thinking about it, thinking back to it. I wouldn't be surprised if I did, because that is just what they're called. Yeah, nowadays that word is super considered a slur. Again, what isn't a slur at this point? No, that's not a good way to look at things here. You gotta understand the context of why words are being called slurs. Like, generally, if something is referred to as a slur, it's usually a word that's always used in a very hateful tone. And that's what people are trying to look out for. And generally, slurs are used against very specific kinds of groups of people. Okay, with that said, though, speaking of slurs, how does Freddy look? Did I add texture to the hat? I probably could. I don't think I really need to, though. I suppose I could give the hat a bit of a scratch texture, just because why wouldn't it be scratched up? Let me see. I'll give it this one here. Maybe a bit to the ears as well, since while we're here. There we go. Alright, how's it look, folks? Alrighty. Let's go ahead and Save it. And then thumbnailify it. And then we will get to Knuckles. Knuckles shouldn't be too hard, because I don't plan on adding any textures to Knuckles. Do have to reopen this though. Yep. Not a whole lot's going to happen on the right side there, but that's going to be the case for a lot of characters, so that's fine. Alright, so he gets the black background, because he's a monster. And then I got to change the series icon. Now, real quickly, I guess before I continue, this was the series icon that we decided to make for Freddy back then. I noticed, though, while I was collecting reference pictures for Freddy, a new one popped up that I guess was in the something or other. Let me find it. Yeah, this guy. Heck? Give me you. Yeah, this. I forget what this is from, but do you guys think this would be a better series icon for Five Nights, or would you prefer to keep the one that we have? Because this guy right here apparently is an established like icon for one of the Five Nights games. It's from the AR game. Oh, wait a minute. We're kind of split here. All right, I'm making a poll. Okay, so left and right. This. All right, so here, while you guys figure that out real quick, I will actually be right back. Brandon, make sure they behave themselves while I'm gone.
Hang on a minute. What the heck? Dang, I can't see the chat because of the poll. Okay, now I can see the chat. Why only me? Because I'm the only one that can physically talk to y'all. That being said, I hope everyone's It's Tuesday, right? Hope everyone's Tuesday is going well today. Tell us a joke? I'll do you one better. Hey Alexa, tell the stream a joke.
Why don't zombies take Amtrak? They prefer the Orient Express.
Am I excited for Brawlhalla X Halo? I used to play Brawlhalla. Not so much anymore.
Okay, I'm back. Alright, so what are the results so far? Let's see. 41 votes, and it's mostly towards the one I made.
Malik, you say that like he can't see the chat now.
I'm trying to find a fleshy Sandmeh and Yokai Watch 2 Psychic Specters, but it's taking way too long to find one. Am I doing something wrong? Sandmeh. Oh, the recolor, you mean. You know what? I don't know, because I actually remember trying to find that one myself back when I played that game, and I don't think I ever could find one. I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know how to find one. Like, I have guides saying like where you can find him, but I don't actually know where. Like, he never appeared for me, so I don't know.
What do you think of Hyrule Warriors? Which one?
Well, regardless, I really like them both.
Yeah, they're both good games. I didn't know if they were being specific though.
All right, it's looking like people are liking the one that I made more. All right, so we'll use that one. Let me just grab this, and then I'll make a higher res version of it.
South Park and Smash. I'm gonna keep it a stack and a half. I do not care for South Park.
Yeah, can we don't?
Like, I'm gonna keep it a brick. I do not care for South Park. Is there any good adult animated show?
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, there are. I was about to say regular show, but
Well, I think that show was technically for kids more so, but it has a lot of adult themes. But
what was that one show that was made by the same team? I forget.
oh, I don't remember. I know what you're talking about. I forgot what it's called though.
Yeah, I forgot what it's called too.
But
I know that one. I know that one's a lot more adult oriented.
A lot of shows that you probably wouldn't think of technically are like a lot of like anime. We talked about this earlier. There's a lot of anime technically are for adults.
Was it Close Enough? Is that the name of the show? You might be right.
Like people try to like pretend that it's not the case, but a lot of anime technically is supposed to be geared towards adults. Like shows like My Hero, Demon Slayer. Those are technically not supposed to be for kids. Yeah, Kaguya. Even Komi Can't Communicate. I brought this all up earlier. Like, those shows are not supposed to be for kids. They're for adults.
Wait, in what regard?
Like, they're just a lot more mature. Like, you've seen Komi Can't Communicate, right?
I have not.
Okay. let's just say there's a lot of teenagers in this show who are of that age, so they will do things that are one girl in particular, her name is Yamai. She's a tsundere. And she has it bad for Komi.
As in down bad.
I'm talking deep down bad.
Oh god, down horrendous.
Yeah. I will go into more explicit detail off stream. Because these are not conversations for all the good boys in chat, and for all the good boys and girls in chat.
We have good girls and boys in the chat.
Wow, guys, I can't believe this. You're gonna just let Brandon sit there and riz you like that?
Oh please, even the chat knows it. Like,
I'm gonna just do this.
how many girls are in the stream chat? I think the better question is, why would you ask a question like that so openly? Never mind.
What?
Nothing. I was like, I said that's not the kind of question we ask, or like ask casually or openly. And Pika versus like, I'm confused, and I'm like, oh okay, never mind. and that's the cue. I shouldn't drag this conversation out further than it's already been dragged out.
Trying to think of the best way to handle this to make it look good, but. Alright, I'll just do this. Forget it.
I know you heard that. That was the point. Wait, what the heck?
What's up?
Nothing. Oh, I didn't know Clefables Unite could do that. I better get some water in a bit.
Don't think I did this correctly. Crud. Hold on. Oh, actually.
Wait. Back out.
Actually, this might work.
I don't think I met my... No, I didn't. What role did I not play? I'm actually confused. Maybe I didn't play a speedster.
You played as Absol the other night, didn't you?
Oh, no, I did. You're right. And I did supporter the other... Supporter was the first thing we did.
Yeah, we took care of a lot of that.
Like, attacker didn't get me my thing, and neither did defender, because I know I was playing as Lapras. And didn't I play Scizor one night too?
I thought you did.
I don't know what role I'm missing.
I guess just keep playing them until it finally gives it to you.
Video game's bugged.
Am I crazy? What happened to that layer? Oh, how did it end up down there?
We're supposed to show love and care to all types of Pokemon.
Except for green.
Except green.
Except green. Yeah, there you go. I was about to say.
I knew you were gonna say something. That's why I held that. I did do supporter. I just played Clefable. I'm echoing? Ah, great.
Of course. I don't know why this keeps happening randomly.
I know. Chandeler's a really fun Pokemon. Chandler is also the type of Pokemon who will laugh in your face while it steals your soul. I think Duat is better than Oshawott and Samurai. I mean, that's valid. Most people like Florigato over Meowscarada and Sprigatito.
It's not going to quite be... Okay, that's probably going to be the best I'm going to be able to make it here. Okay, so now let's do this. Okay, I'm not super worried about it since it is going to be covered, but still. I hate my life, so I gotta make everything as hard as possible.
You're not allowed to hate life.
Why does life hate me then?
That's impossible. I like Skeledirge. I wish I could breed a good one.
What's stopping you?
It's just been hard for me to get around to it, especially since I've been moving so many Pokemon from between games lately. Not to mention, I think I'm wanting to breed a shiny one. I guess is the other thing, since that's the only way to get a shiny, starter. We need to go back to doing our roulettes. Albeit, I can scratch shiny Hisuian Zora off the list since I found one in Legends Arceus the other day.
I ended up fighting both a shiny, what's it called, Skrelp and Dragalge yesterday.
That said, I still need to find a shiny Petalil. Maybe 2. Yeah, I need to find 2.
Go. And for the last touch, gotta add a little Freddy silhouette in the center. Okay.
Maybe it was the all-rounder.
What's up?
I said, maybe it was the all-rounder.
I still can't hear you.
I said, maybe it was the all-rounder.
Hmm.
Think. Yeah, it had to have been. Okay, I think. Well, almost my weeklies are almost done, but I'm locked out of doing one because it's not available yet. still need to play Tears of the Kingdom. I still need to get Tears of the Kingdom.
You should. It's a fantastic game. Didn't you say you were going to use a voucher for it?
I said I could use a voucher for it.
You still have, you still haven't though.
Not yet. I'm trying to weigh my options because there's Tears of the Kingdom, but I also had been wanting a physical copy of Tears of the Kingdom. And I could also be using my voucher for something like Advance Wars or Fire Emblem Engage.
I'd get Tears of the Kingdom first.
That's also just a lot of space on my Switch.
Alrighty, there's Freddy. How's he look? Actually, scooch him over just a tad here. Hold on. Yeek. There we go.
What do y'all consider old? I don't know if anyone here is older than me and BJ. Which is funny considering within our group we're like two of the youngest.
Alrighty. Freddy is done. So the next step is Knock Knock Knuckles. And this one shouldn't take too long. Knuckles is a fairly simple character.
I'm seeing everyone throw their age in the chat. Yeah, we're definitely older.
I am 30 years old.
As am I.
Can I get rid of the votes? Yeah, I can.
Oh, heck.
Oh, you're right. I need the Knuckles music. But it's not Pumpkin Hill. I'm playing the one that I like.
There's nothing more powerful than you, making your thing happen. Doing business on your terms.
I'm not playing Pumpkin Hill, though. Unknown from Emmy all the way.
Which one?
Sonic Adventure.
Okay.
Thank you, Isaac Smith. Would you be willing to make Omnimon as a unique character for what is, despite already being Agamot's final Smash? If he gets enough votes. Don't really see that happening anytime soon, though. But thank you so much, Isaac. Some of you OG Brawl Fan 1 viewers probably remember I actually made a crappy little sprite video, music video with this song.
He said crappy. Insanity.
It's funny re-listening to the lyrics of this song, kind of how outdated they are now, considering Knuckles' current character developments. Because it's literally a song about seclusion and fighting and doing everything himself.
I mean, it still kind of holds true.
Kind of, but not really as much anymore. Like, just believe in myself, won't rely on others. Yeah, sure.
You excited for Sonic Superstars?
I mean, I'm probably not going to play it because I've never really been a big fan of the classic Sonic style games.
Let me sit on it for a little bit more before I give you an answer. I'm not too keen on some certain lack of features with the game right now, but
I mean, you can still play it as a single player game, like most Sonic games are.
I know, but I don't know. It's I'm just starting to get a little tired of them like releasing all of these cool features that would really benefit from online functionality, but because they don't, it's like it's like you don't get the experience the game the way it's meant to be played. Like, I know you can play it single player, but it still would have been cool if they gave us the option to go through the entire campaign with friends, like online. I know to a lot of people that's not gonna like make or break the game for them. It's not gonna deter their experience, but I still think it's something that video game companies that decide to do co-op stuff should really start implementing like more often. Like, not everybody has access to being able to like play. Not everyone has access to be able to call up their friends and have them like visit each other's houses and play the game or whatever. Is it not having online? It supposedly has online PvP, but I don't think it's gonna have the kind of PvP that we're thinking it's gonna have.
It'll probably just have like time braces.
Yeah, yeah. Or I heard it was something involving the. I heard the PvP was something only involving the special stage maze thing that they had going on. Which I thought if they were going to do PvP for Classic Sonic, it would be something similar to the racing formula that they did for like Sonic 3. Or Sonic Generations 3DS even. The Sonic Advance style of games where you're just racing from point A to point B in the levels. And if it has something like that, then okay, sure, I can forgive it a little bit more. But again, I still strongly think that video game companies that make games that would benefit heavily from co-op should actually keep in mind of people that don't have that luxury of like seeing each other face to face. I think this is going to be another situation like Return to Dreamland Deluxe, and I feel like I can't get it on Priceable. Wait, what? Oh, on Principle. Okay. Yeah, like that thing with Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe was also a little disappointing. I mean, I got it anyway because I had a voucher, and because I kind of have a workaround for situations like that, where it's local only. Like, I do have a workaround for that. But, I mean, again, I shouldn't have to rely on that workaround every time companies don't want to just do something as simple as add online infrastructure. Like, people will probably tell me, oh, well, implementing something like that for games like that is probably not that easy to do. And every time someone brings that up to me, I'm going to point them to Super Mario 3D World, a game that handled 4-player online really well, and the infrastructure is actually really solid.
It wasn't that well, actually.
What are you talking about?
It was kind of super laggy.
No, I never experienced anything like that.
Kind of super laggy.
I've never experienced anything like that.
Kind of super laggy. Remember, the Switch is in fact a toaster, so.
I'm not sure who you were playing with, but again, that wasn't really an issue for me. Like I was able to play through like the entirety of the game with no issues. I don't really care about co-op, so I mean, well, like I said, I know there's gonna be people who don't care about that kind of thing. But I'm just saying, when you don't include those options for people, you're just kind of alienating people who would prefer that kind of thing, or people who literally do not have access to be able to play the game as they built it or as they intended. Like, I think for games like New Super Mario Bros, it's a little bit more forgivable because this was during an age where like online co-op wasn't really sneaking its way into the norm. Like even when New Super Mario Bros. U got released on the Switch, I mean, we were still kind of easing our way into the online cooperative play era. So, I mean, again, I feel like for that game in particular, like it's a little bit more forgivable. But lately, Nintendo, I feel, has shown, and I'm just using Nintendo as an example. I'm not like trying to sink this into the Superstars discussion, but I feel like companies like Nintendo know or realize that they can rewrite an infrastructure to include online for games that didn't normally have it. So, which begs the question, well, why don't they just do that more often?
They don't want to.
I know. Like, I'm sure the game's gonna be good. Like, I don't doubt that. That said, based on what I've seen and what I've heard, this feels like a game that's only going to properly appeal to the classic fans.
Well, yes. generally every single video game out there is going to appeal to a specific audience. That's how it works.
Didn't the original Super Mario Bros. Have a co-op mode? Not
No, not
mode.
really.
It was more so a two-player thing where if player 1 loses their life, then control goes over to player 2, and if player 2 loses their life, then it goes back to player 1. And vice
Yeah,
versa.
like a lot of co-op games, quote unquote, back then were mostly just taking turns.
Yeah. Like even the Donkey Kong Country games had that. But they also had it to where like actually Donkey Kong Country did have a proper co-op thing where it's like you just take control of one Kong, and if like one Kong loses their life, it just switches control to the other Kong that the other player is playing.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so I don't know if it was the first game to start that, but it was definitely one of the first, I feel. Of its time, anyway.
Oh,
You
that
could
does
be
not look
paired
great,
with
actually. Maybe do these.
You could be paired with a troll or griefer, for instance, right? Well, here's the thing, and again, Super Mario 3D World handled this very well, where if you are playing with a group, you can only play with a group of friends. Like, there's no infrastructure in 3D World where you can be paired up with random people who will just grief the game or just cause nothing but trouble for people actually trying to play the game. Which, thank God for that, but yeah, its infrastructure is handled in a way where it's like, oh, just play with the group of friends that are already on your friends list. Now, unless the group of friends you are playing with are going to be those people. But in cases like that, if it's with your friends, then I feel like it's a bit more forgivable, because at that point, it's just fun.
I say with a nice big grin on my face.
So, he's planning. He's plotting. He's actually plotting. That may or may not be a hint of something I have planned later.
In the heaven. I still love Knuckles, though. Knuckles is still best Sonic character. I need more Knuckles merch.
Like, I've been starting to really like Amy.
Like, who?
Amy.
No.
Are my weeklies done?
What's up?
No, I was asking. I was saying if my weeklies were done. Okay, my weeklies are done. My dailies are done. All I gotta do now is work on the seasonal stuff.
How do we feel about Tangled and Whisper? I actually don't have too much of an opinion on those two because I don't read the comics.
Yeah, I don't think I've read any of the comics, actually.
I did hear apparently recently that the two of them were canonically considered a couple. And I've seen like a few shots from like the comics that are pretty cool with them, but like I don't actually know a whole lot about them.
Chat. Ray has to be trolling. That's what we call a setup.
what is my current main in Unite. Well, it's just, again, whatever I feel like playing, but Cramorant is still my most played character.
Chat, I can't believe y'all fell for that. Like, that was the biggest setup I've seen all night, and y'all fell for it.
I felt kind of bad earlier because, like, there was some, I don't know if he's still here or not. There's somebody that was saying that, like, they don't like Steven Universe Future, and I just started going off on, like, how dare you? Everyone here is supposed to have the same opinion as me, and you're wrong. And it's like I just started going, and I think they actually got genuinely, like, concerned, like, even though I was very clearly just, like, messing with them, because I said, like, the most deadpan, like, uncaring voice.
Come on.
I forgot who that was who said that in chat. But just know I was kidding. Don't worry. Don't take what I say too seriously. Knuckles is not a porcupine. Oh dear, they call him a porcupine. Remember, for the longest time, that lyric in the song was what made me think he was a porcupine. Not that it matters in the end. He's spiky and cool.
You know what else is cool? Being a sponsor to Brawl Fan 1's YouTube channel. Since all my dailies, maybe I'll put up Smash for a minute.
Ooh, my neck's getting a little stiff.
Wait, did I say sponsor? I meant member. Being a member of the
That's
channel.
kind of the same thing here.
I know. Wait, what happened?
What's up? It ended?
No? Stream's still up, guys.
It's still on.
Yeah, I can see the stream.
What?
I don't think can they not hear us?
Uh-oh. It's...
Hold on. I mean, I got an ad, but that was it.
Did it stick back up? Hello?
Yeah, no, you're fine.
Weird. Yeah, everything's fine on my end. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Everything was perfectly fine on my end. That seems like a YouTube issue. Yeah, that might have been a YouTube issue there. I don't know. Who would win a fight, Zeus or Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong. Like, hands down. If Brian were here, he'd say the same thing. Sun Wukong is actually just probably one of the most broken characters in fictional history. Like, you're going to be hard-pressed to find any character that can beat Sun Wukong. Wait, is JC here? Who? See a viewer? Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, JC's here. That's kind of cursed. How I have it so far. Oh, crud. I never erased this part. Dang it. Fix that real quick. Come on. Okay. when slash well, no, it's not if. It will Pokemon Gen 9 Pokemon will be coming to the game. It's already been confirmed. Who do I want them to add though? I don't know. Initial thought is Tinkaton, but Tinkaton's actually already coming to the game. But it appears to be at the moment an NPC character for this new tower defense mode that they're adding. So it may not be playable immediately.
I would still like to see what they do with Armarouge and Ceruledge.
I think the leaks did show that Meowscarada is going to be added pretty soon now. So we will be getting Meowscarada. And that'll be nice. Because, like, we know Inteleon's coming into the game. We know Blaziken's about to come into the game. There were some other leaks as well that showed potentially Metagross, Mimikyu, which makes me happy, Gyarados.
Oh, I'd like to see Metagross.
Is Brandon still here? Nah, Brandon has gone to space.
Have I not? Hello? I'm being messed with. There's just no way.
I can still hear you just fine.
I know. I'm like, like what the heck?
You talk, Brandon?
Hello?
Yeah, they should still be able to hear you.
Chat's messing with me. I get it. I get it. I get it. Can't be a prank if I knew what was going on. Wait, are you asking me my favorite Ace Attorney character, or are you asking BJ, since I see that was directed at BJ?
Good question. There's a lot that I like. I don't know.
I technically haven't started the games yet, so I can't really answer that either.
You know it's Gato.
I don't know who that is.
Didn't you see you were gonna... I could have sworn you said you were gonna cosplay Gato at one point, didn't you? Or were you just gaslighting me?
Wait, what?
I could have sworn you said you wanted to cosplay as Gato at one point, didn't you?
Not that I remember.
Who was telling me that they wanted to cosplay as Gato? No. You're gaslighting me here.
No, I honestly don't recall.
The heck?
Maybe I did? I think I might have said that if only because it was easy to get a suit. All I needed was the hair and the, what is it, the visor he has.
So you do know who he is.
I know what he looks like, I don't know who he is. Hold on. Okay, I thought so.
What?
Nothing, just needed to confirm something for myself. Not Gato. I'm pretty sure his name is spelled G-E-D-O-T.
Yeah, I think you pronounce it as Gatto.
Yeah, the T is silent.
I don't remember that for sure though, but I'm sure they officially pronounce it in the anime. So
I'm pretty sure it's spelled G-A-D-O-T.
Gatto was the prosecutor in the third Ace Attorney game. He's known for his white hair and wearing these red visors.
I said slower. Okay, fine. G A D.
Whoever's directing this is a master of suspense.
O. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Okay, I'll be right back.
Dang. I always pronounce it like Gadot. Go dot. Okay, hold on.
T.
Do more on the new Samsung Galaxy S23.
This is probably subbed, isn't it?
To find the perfect color for every day. And with Epic Nightography, the perfect color for every night. Get the new Samsung Galaxy S23 series.
I'm trying to find like a good clip that doesn't like spoil everything. Oh, wait a minute. Brandon, I think it's spelled Gododot. There's no A.
Oh.
Oops.
Wait, why did they enunciate it as Gado?
Well, hold on. I'm about to figure that out.
Correct. And it fucks you in the defense. At mine too. I'm still going into the scary of taping, and the woman I love go back to sleep. I have to want her with me. She'd still be alive if the man you were. Obvious she'd still be plotting something for her angle and ask her out. And use I was able to empress evil me. And that must be she had down here because if things went at this point.
Did he really not once say his entire... Was the name not never once said during that whole speech?
Oh, y'all will be alright. Talk about, oh, I have branded everybody. No, y'all will be alright. Y'all don't need me around.
Nah. Oh, they won't say it! I hate it here, because they keep saying his real name. Ah.
You mean that's not his real name?
No, Godo or Gat. No, it's probably Godo, because there's no A. I don't know why we keep saying an A. But no, that's not his real name. No, it's not.
Okay, and I'm echoing again apparently.
Because I turned you up a little bit. Because I had to try to listen to it. Whatever. I just want to go back to drawing Knuckles. Is that too much to ask? I don't actually care. Can I just draw my Echidna man?
Do it.
Yeah, I don't know where the A came from, but there was no A. It's probably Godo. Oops. Do you think even the worst person can change? So, theoretically, yes. I feel like the further down the rabbit hole you go, the harder it becomes.
That's a Resident Evil 4 quote. Just felt like I should point that out.
Okay. Isn't that a Sans quote? I don't know. Did Sans ever say that at one point?
I don't know.
Knock, knock.
Don't open the door.
Yeah, don't. Freddy's probably there. Who here would open the door for Freddy? Does Freddy have a pizza? Probably not. I don't think Freddy would be so willing to give you his pizzas. When you hear Knuckles' theme, you always think of MF Doom? What? I don't get it. What's MF Doom?
I'm sorry for being quiet. I'm making a tweet.
I'm sorry for being quiet. I'm super concentrating. Because yeah, once I finish Knuckles tonight, that's what we'll call it. And now he's almost done. Like I said, he's a fairly simply designed character. I shouldn't be on this one too much longer.
I don't hear many people talk about Sparks of Hope.
Sorry?
I don't hear many people talk about Sparks of Hope. That game didn't.
I can barely hear you, Brandon.
I said. Oh, hold on a minute. I said I don't hear many people talk about Sparks of Hope. I hope that game didn't do badly.
I don't know. I actually saw it when I was at GameStop earlier today. I was thinking about picking it up, and then I just opted not to. There's a GameStop right next to where I get my haircut. So usually while I'm waiting in the queue of the haircut place, I'll just stop by GameStop and walk around there for a little bit.
Actually, I think my mom has a barber shop. Dang, the cheapest games I'm seeing for the Capcom sale are Dragon's Dogma and Onimusha. Games I know absolutely nothing about.
I know Some Call Me Johnny has high praise for Onimusha. I don't know. I know very little about it myself though.
Play the Mega Man Battle Network games if you haven't already. They're not on sale, but I don't expect them to be. They're still pretty fresh.
I'll get back to them eventually. Cause I started 4 and then I dropped it for a bit there.
That said, y'all should also play Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin.
That I need to get as well. But I also never finished the first one, so oof.
Do you have the first one?
Yeah.
I mean, I never finished the first one either. But
I'm just cursed to never be able to finish Monster Hunter games, I guess. I don't know what it is about them. I enjoy them, but I never can just seem to finish them.
forget how cheap the Phoenix Wright were, but I guess I can check.
Can barely hear you.
Huh?
Can barely hear you.
I'm about to turn on my interface and blow everyone's ears out.
And you are as loud as I can make you, so.
I wasn't lying when I said I was a soft-spoken individual.
Which still makes me wonder how you can still be echoing, or how can people hear you echo and I can sometimes barely hear you myself. I don't think my mic is that sensitive. Like even if I'm not wearing headphones, like.
I mean, if people get me talking, I'll start talking. It's just naturally I'm very soft-spoken. bad the Doom games are on sale. We were just talking about this. Too bad the Doom games are like the biggest games in terms of download space.
It'd be like that.
Fortunately. God, 33 gigabytes. I'm so sick. They're both the same price too. Both Doom Eternal and Doom 2016. Yeah, if I ever try Doom 2016, it's gotta be or any of them really. Like it's gotta be the physical copy. I'm tired, but go to sleep.
Sorry that we're so boring.
We.
Dang. Offended.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Oh, what the? Okay, so this bundle comes with Doom 2016 and the classic Doom games. What the heck? I love how I love how Bethesda is just like in terms of games to play on Switch, mostly is just Doom. Otherwise, it's Skyrim, Wolfenstein, Quake. And that's literally it.
Yeah, they don't have too much else to their names, do they?
Skyrim is still a $60 game. Do people even play Skyrim like that anymore?
Yeah, they probably do.
Probably for mods. Wait, I feel ashamed by both Brandon, BJ, and Sherry. You can't say both and then add a like
What?
both implies two people or two things.
What?
I'm reading chat. Also, what are you even ashamed of us about? Oh god, Xenoblade is 30% off.
What?
Xenoblade 3 is 30% off.
That's sad, actually.
Mm-hmm.
A while back, Danny wants to play Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Mm-hmm.
But she says she hasn't been able to find it anywhere. I found a copy of it. I found a copy of it at the GameStop that I was at earlier. What is happening here?
I'm surprised Xenoblade 2 is hard to come by.
It is a slightly older game.
I mean, yeah, but I'm sure people can still find. I'm sure people can find copies of Xenoblade 1 on Switch fairly easily now. I remember when.
I mean, I've been able to find copies of Xenoblade 1 easily enough. Like.
Yeah, because I remember back when finding the Wii version or even the 3DS version was like impossible.
Because Danny really wants to play Xenoblade Chronicles 3 as well, but she doesn't want to play it until she plays 2, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Gonna make his muzzle just a smudge more orange. It's not orange enough. That doesn't look right.
Oh, okay. No, I can answer that because I don't think Danny's Switch has the space for downloading much things anymore.
Probably not. Plus, I think Danny in general just prefers downloading games.
I'd like to get her an SD card.
She can get her own.
I know, but can I not be nice?
Can you be nice to yourself first?
I'm nice enough to myself.
Just has to doubt.
You'd be right to do so. Wait, you're okay? I'm bi? Congratulations. Please tell me someone got that. I'm gonna be really upset if no one did.
Alrighty, how does Knuckles look, everybody? How does Mr. Knock-a-Knock look? Let's see one little thing that's bothering me, actually. Hold on.
Great. I completely forgot Grand Theft Auto was on Switch.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I didn't think Knuckles would take that long at all. He really didn't.
Oh no, Persona 4 Golden is on sale. Curse the English language for making bi and bi pronounced the same. There are plenty of other words that do that, I promise
Yeah, yeah. Curse
Like,
how about curse the English language in general?
you. Like bi and bi, I and I, C and C. What else?
It actually makes one little change here to Knuckles. Actually, hold on. I'm just gonna do this. That looks better. Okay.
I'm actually learning German, believe it or not.
Alrighty, guys. How does it look? How does Knock Knock look? Mr. Knock Knock, how does he look? Is anyone here bilingual? I barely speak English, so now. Whew, okay. And that is where we will call things, ladies and mental gen. So, either tomorrow or Thursday, we will get started on Agumon, and actually, or correctly, after Agumon, yeah, it's Flowey. Now, I'm still kind of debating on whether or not I want to do just Flowey, or if I want to do Flowey and Azrael. Because it's kind of a weird case where it's like, the two technically can't exist on screen at the same time. Kind of the same reason why I only had Undyne and in the thumbnail and not Undyne and then Undyne the Undying. I was able to get away with Papyrus and Sans because Sans is in the background while Papyrus is fighting. He's just not doing anything. I may just do Flowey, and then that can... I feel like Flowey alone probably will be enough to still bring in the views of the thumbnail. Flowey, I think, is my second most popular video, actually, come to think of it. Yeah. 1.2 million views.
Can I point something out real fast?
What's up?
It's funny. It's funny that like Flowey, amongst a lot of your other Undertale Smash videos, are like some of the more popular like ones like on your channel. And yet every time Undertale video came out on your channel, everyone was like throwing a fit about it. Wow. Like swearing on their mothers that nobody wants this or nobody wanted this. This like it's just kind of funny to me how that works out.
I mean, if I look at my most popular videos, from most popular to going down, it's still Papyrus and Sans, who's the most popular, sitting at currently almost 2 million views, actually. It's getting up there. Then it's Flowey, who's sitting at, yeah, like 1,200,000. Then Frisk, who's sitting at a little over 1 million. And then it's Henry Stickmin, who is at 645,000.
Okay.
Then Freddy, who is 642,000. Then Crazy Dave, who is 636,000. Then Undyne, who is 632,000. Then Bendy, who is at 578,000. Cuphead at 545,000. Then Marks, who is sitting at 447,000. Then the Hollow Knight at 417,000. Then Metaton at 412,000. Steve at 402,000. And Springtrap at 397,000, and so on and so forth, yeah. So, generally it is mostly like the indie characters that get a lot of the views. Marks is probably my most popular actual Nintendo character here.
Yeah, based on those indie characters, again, it seems like Undertale has just been putting in the numbers, and yet every time anyone sees anything Undertale related, or back then anyway, like people like would wanted to throw like the biggest fits, is like complain. It's like people clearly wants this. People clearly wanted this.
My least viewed moveset? Let's see. I gotta go through all the other videos that barely got any views.
Do we really want to go down that road? None of us like to look back at videos that didn't do well.
It's whatever. My least viewed movesets. I guess not counting the Unite movesets, because that series in general just doesn't do as well as the Smash ones. Is Lloyd. But Lloyd is also a fairly new one as well. Fairly new, kind of. It was back in November.
I forgot I wanted to play Tales of Symphonia, but apparently that game.
He only has 13,000. He only has 13,000.
Hold on.
Yeah, a lot of the least viewed ones are kind of the newer ones. So yeah, then Lloyd, Ryo Hayabusa, Musashi, Daniel Fortescue, 2B. 2B surprised me that I was actually kind of surprised that 2B didn't do as well as I thought it would. Because I figured 2B was pretty popular.
Yeah?
Yeah, that one kind of surprised me. Then Yu Narukami, Sly Cooper. Okay, so if we're counting movesets that are actually older than the most recent ones, my least popular one is Zidane at 36,000.
Oh, well, Jesus Christ.
So I'm hoping the eventual Final Fantasy IX anime, whatever is that's happening for it, hopes, maybe give some love for Zidane, maybe? We'll share your least viewed movesets around. Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm hoping giving them the new thumbnails will just, in general, help that out. So. Actually, Alucard doesn't have a whole lot either, and that was another one that kind of surprised me. How does Alucard not to have that many? It's Alucard.
Speaking of Alucard, I'm genuinely surprised what's the collection name?
I'm also surprised that Zero isn't as high, isn't as high as I thought he would be.
Because there's a collection on PlayStation, and only on PlayStation as far as I know, that has Symphony of the Night and Rondo of Blood in it. I forget the name of the collection itself, but I'm surprised that didn't see any other release outside of PlayStation.
Sounds like a lot of anime characters. Well, as we established, every character made in Japan is anime. And I just got an Amber Alert.
Oh.
Alright, well, that's where we're going to go ahead and call it, ladies and mental gins. So, hope you guys enjoyed hanging out. So, either tomorrow or Thursday, we will get to Aguman. I do have those sketches already set up as well. Let me put Knuckles away. There we go, and then see. Here's my Agumon sketch. And then this is the War Greymon sketch. Full admission, I did trace a little bit for the War Greymon one. I traced the pose that I made for it just because I was having a hard time getting the proportions in a way that I wanted them to be. But there are going to end up being some characters that I may end up tracing their reference poses here and there, just depending on how convoluted the character is. Master Chief. Alrighty. In which case, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will talk to you later. Have a good night, everyone.